from literally all around the world, from railroad history to rail fanning modern stuff, all the way through to an op session that took place today, if you're in the 27th, but actually yesterday in Australia. Just a word of warning: we're having some issues with some people in Bangladesh trying to get you to go and follow some links that they're commenting on the live videos. We're doing our best to delete them as quickly as possible. If you're here and you're watching us on YouTube or on Facebook, then you're in the right place, and stay exactly where you are. Stay tuned and enjoy the next 6 hours. As you can see, we needed a more dressed up style as it's Christmas. So the host tonight, the hosting team have pulled out a bit of the stops. So it's Dickies all round. And so through the evening, we'll be joined by John from the NER region, and Speed from down in Texas, and possibly Marty if he ever gets out of bed, to do a bit of hosting. However, our first clinician is here, and our first clinician of the night grew up in Chicago, and he's a die-hard Chicago Industrial Railroad fan. He's very knowledgeable about the city's industrial base, the massive spider web of railroad trackage, and the numerous rail yards and railroads that serve it. We welcome Rich Sabine.
Hello, glad to have you here. So we could go to the first slide, Speed. We're going to talk about the Chicago Central Manufacturing District. So this is a picture of one of the freight houses at the Central Manufacturing District. It was a multi-level affair, quite big. If I could go to the next slide, please. In 1905, Frederick Henry Prince wanted to expand the operations of his Chicago Junction Railroad, which served the Union Stockyards of Chicago, a 265-acre industrial park between 35th and 39th Streets, bounded by Morgan Street on the east and Ashland Avenue on the west, was planned. 10 years later, another 90 acres was added on the south side of 39th Street, just north of the Chicago Junction's Ashland Avenue yard. By 1915, some 200 firms were located in the district, along with the stockyards, which employed 40,000 people. Next slide. This is a map that kind of shows the buildings as they were at the time. Area 2, see the blue 2 up there on the top right quadrant. That's actually the Central Manufacturing District, the east portion of it. And area 4 that's shaded there is the Pershing Road thing that was added, and the 90 acres added later. Right below where number 4 is, where number 5 is, that's the Ashland Avenue yards by the Chicago Junction. All 3 of those yards were theirs. About, I don't know, a little southeast of where the number 5 is, you'll see a bunch of tracks going in. That's the Chicago Junction Freight House, which had 24 tracks going into it, and each railroad would pull their own trains out of their own track at scheduled times. And then the right quadrant is the Chicago Union Stockyards. Next slide, please. So this shows more of a close-up of the overview around prior to 1915. You see in the top right there is the Central Manufacturing District. And you see they got tracks all over serving each building. And then in the middle left, where it says Ashland Avenue Yard, that's where the Pershing Road expansion happened later. So they filled in this section of the river that's just north of the yard, and they built those additional buildings along there. Next slide, please. This is a little bit closer detail of what was around the Central Manufacturing District. If you notice to the north, on the west side of the river, which is on the left, there's a steel mill up there of some kind. And if you look closely, you might notice that it says EJ&E Railroad. Well, it wasn't uncommon for the EJ&E to do the switching for the local steel mills. And on the right-hand side, where the track continues north from the Central Manufacturing District on that side of the river, you see this long building is that's a boathouse where they stored freight for loading onto lake boats. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a closer view of Ashland Avenue Yard, and you can see better all the tracks going into the Chicago Junction Freight House by the clay hole there. Next slide, please. So this picture is the Pershing Road edition that was built after 1915. I'd like to point out in the center left there's a tall clock tower. That was the iconic clock tower of the Central Manufacturing District. And next to it, that kind of squat building with the big smokestack, that's a steam power plant for providing heat to all those buildings, those bigger buildings you see in the picture. Next slide, please. There's a close-up of the iconic clock tower of the Central Manufacturing District. Since a lot of the buildings were sprinklered, this probably also housed a water tower so the sprinklers would work properly. They were very up on keeping fire away from these buildings. Next slide, please. So the Central Manufacturing District had its own bank, a club, and architects buildings. The bank is on the far right. In the middle, that middle building is the club, and to the left is the architect's office. Next slide. So the area north of the stockyards used to be farmed for cabbages and became known as the Cabbage Patch. Chicago's lumber market began supplanting the cabbage farming. Lumber was brought in by boat and left by rail. The Chicago Junction expanded to both sides of the South Fork of the Chicago River and operated the Cabbage Patch lanes. Over time, there was less lumber due to diminishing forests, and wood was being supplanted by steel and concrete. Next slide. While the stockyards provided much traffic for the CJ, it was recognized that the railroad had capability for more tonnage. The owners of the CJ realized the importance of the Cabbage Patch property and set to acquiring all the parcels in one holding. Funds were provided for erecting buildings, improving streets, the tracks, docks, and for developing the property. The lumber business was drying up, so that area that was largely served for that purpose was being replaced. So CMD was situated in what was at the time the geographical center of the city. CMD was also at the center of the area population with many potential workers living nearby. Transportation was good for workers, 15-minute car ride to City Hall, a 30-minute ride on a streetcar, and there was an elevated railroad that came through and looped through the stockyards just south of the district. Next slide is the district is easily accessible on a 5-cent fare from thickly populated sections of laboring classes. The district was heralded as a mecca for the unemployed. I don't think that'd be very complimentary today, but back then it was apparently a good thing to say. With the depth of labor supply, wages were kept reasonably low. Large mail order houses in the district had no trouble getting an abundance of female clerical labor, and easily 3,000 quote unquote girls were employed on 35th Street. It was estimated that between the stockyards and the Central Manufacturing District, 40,000 people were employed. Next slide. So here's a view of the housing west of the Central Manufacturing District. This would have been taken from the Allied Battery Building. Next slide. And this is housing north and east of the Central Manufacturing District. And I believe this was taken from the Loose Wiles Biscuit Company building. A lot of rooftops, so there was plenty of people around. Next slide. Fire protection insurance rates. Care was given in the construction of buildings in the matter of fire protection. Many buildings are fitted with sprinkler systems. Buildings are located a safe distance apart to prevent the spread of fire. And I know they also used fireproof glass, the wired fireproof glass in the buildings. A large number of fire companies are located in the section, and the Board of Fire Underwriters gave the buildings of the CMD a favorable rating in terms of fire protection insurance. Low rates were available to tenants of the CMD. Next. The layout of the district was the buildings, tracks, driveways were laid out for maximum efficiency, light and air without sacrificing effectiveness. Many of the streets in the district were private and had been improved with concrete curbs, macadam roadways, and wherever possible, wide grass parkways. Adequate sewers and water lines with fire hydrants were installed along with ornamental lampposts on all district streets. This was all new stuff back then. This was after the Chicago fire, so everybody was interested in all these amenities. The district had its own street cleaning department and maintained a force of gardeners to care for its business boulevards. Next slide. Other infrastructure included the Western Union Company Telegraph has offices at 100 or 1118 West 35th Street. The post office was on Ashland Avenue near 35th. Express shipment service was provided by Wells Fargo, American, National, Adams, and Pacific Express companies. Both Chicago Telephone Company and the Automatic Company have lines in the district, and service may be obtained by either one or both companies. This was long before the takeover by AT&T of everything. The district has several surgeons fully equipped to aid with first aid conveniences. Ambulance service is also provided to several excellent hospitals nearby. Other amenities include the district bank, the district club, and the district dining room. And you can be sure a lot of deals were cut in the district club and dining room. Next picture. This is a picture of the bank lobby the day it opened in October 1912. It's pretty nice with the marble countertops. Otherwise, by today's standards, I guess it's kind of claustrophobic, but back then this was spacious. Next picture. This is the District Club Lounge, and it looks like it would be amenable to cutting deals, which I'm sure were done. Next slide. And this is the district dining room. It's also in the CMD Club building. Lunchtime dealing was a big deal in this country back then, so it was an important item to have. There were no other restaurants nearby, so this was perfect. Next picture. So this is what Iron Street on the west side of the river looked like before improvements. It was pretty much a muddy mess. It was fine for the lumber trade, but not for what they wanted to do. The next picture is after improvements. Looks pretty nice. You got those manicured lawns. It looks like a suburb. Next slide. So this is looking down 37th Street west from Iron Street before the improvements. You see, I got all the lumber laying there yet. This is before the lumber trade totally dried up. Next slide. And here's the same view after improvements. It almost looks like you'd be willing to plop down a home next to this. Just looks like a regular city street. Next slide. So this was when buildings were under construction in 1910. Looking east from the corner of 37th Street and there we go. So there's a picture of the buildings under construction. If you notice, they have sidings built already before the building is even constructed. So they would use the sidings to bring building materials for the construction of the buildings. How convenient. Next slide, please. The district had its own architectural department. Each building was planned and constructed, and the construction was supervised by the architectural department. They had a staff of engineers and architects. Every building had its own switch track and teeming driveway. Elevators, plumbing, heating, and electric fixtures were provided. Buildings were built by contract after competitive bidding only to responsible bidders. Rail tracks for each building were put in before construction started so materials could arrive by rail. Who'd think that a railroad would want that to happen? Large volume purchases of materials were made to reduce the final cost. Next slide. Inspection trips were invited. I think this particular picture, if I remember the caption that had been under it, was that this was railroad officials from Chicago Northwestern and from a number of business enterprises where they're always trying to get more customers into the district. Next slide. So the railway freight service, the CJ, connected with every trunk line in Chicago. The CJ rostered 60 locomotives, and on any day, 200 locomotives could be on the property. No passenger trains were permitted to interfere with the freight. Over 2.2 million cars were handled a year between the stockyards and the central manufacturing district. That's like 6,000 cars a day. And the Ashland Avenue yard had an 8,000 car capacity. So they couldn't let cars sit around for very long. Their motto was, let's move today's freight today. No switching fees were charged to cars set out or picked up on district tracks. So that was a big savings to your tenants. Next slide, please. This was a picture that was staged on a Sunday of some of the locomotives, as they called them, modern locomotives in the day, of the Chicago Junction Railway. And you know this is a stage shot because nobody would ever put locomotives front end sticking out of the door. Next. This is a picture of Ashland Avenue Yard looking west. And this is when the river was still there. You can see it over on the right. Next picture. All right. 43rd Street Union Freight Station was located at 43rd Street and Roby, which is now Damon Avenue, and had capacity for 275 cars. At stated times, the engines of different roads would pull out their trains. Electric motor tractors were used to haul trucks loaded with freight instead of loading the tractor itself, as had been the customary practice before. So they were towing wagons. I have a picture of that. Next slide. So there's a picture of the Chicago Junction freight station, the 43rd Street freight station. You see boxcars there. They're on both sides of the building there. Next slide. This is a picture of, I thought it was remarkable because 300 men loading LCL freight into trunk line cars. So just the freight station had a lot of people working there. I would expect there were people on other tracks working as well. Next slide. This is view looking northward at the freight station. You see all the cars lined up there for unloading. On the left is the wool warehouse, and on the right is the Midland warehouse. Next slide. So here's the electric motor tractor I told you about. So this was a new invention for them, to hook up little cars behind it and load the freight on that to get to the whatever trunk line train they wanted to get to, so they could transfer this freight over. Next slide. So the 15th Street Freight Station number 2 was located at 15th Street and Western Avenue, a 4-story and basement warehouse that was operated in the same manner as the 43rd Street Station. The station had capacity for 75 cars and unloading space for 50 teams. Interestingly, 11% of all LCL freight from Chicago went through these 2 stations. Next slide. The CJ had close traffic arrangements with the Chicago River and Indiana Railroad. Chicago River and Indiana had a boathouse that was 1,000 feet long and 100 feet wide, with a capacity of 125 cars and 8 large lake boats. Switching expense was absorbed by the boat lines. District tenants could ship by lake, rail, without any teaming expenses. And again, if they were switching in the district, they didn't incur those switching fees. Next slide. So here's a picture of the boathouses on the right side of the river here. And on the left, you just have a dock where they would unload cars directly into the lake boats. Lake boats used to be a big thing. Next slide. So this was the Central Manufacturing District. They didn't really have their own power station, but they were served by Edison, Produce Terminal, and the Sanitary Board, and the produce company was the closest and provided most of the power. So it looks amazingly like the Walthers kit with the big arched windows in it. And you see in the bottom left here, it's the coal bunkers for the boilers. And to the right, you have the rotating equipment that generated the power. Next slide. I think I went too far myself. No, I didn't. Okay, so then I got some pictures of some of the larger buildings around the district. This is the Midland warehouse. They had several. These 3 buildings here are all Midland warehouse. Next slide. The Larkin Corporation building. They made some kind of food products. Other than that, I really don't know too much about them. A lot of these company names are not around today anymore. Next slide. This is the Ever Ready Works, the National Carbon Company. It was almost on the corner of Ashland Avenue and 37th Street. That's who made Ever Ready batteries. Next slide. This is the John Magnus building on 35th Street. This is one of the mail order houses that were there that the so-called 3,000 girls were working at on 35th Street. Next slide. And this is the Albert Pick building. Albert Pick made restaurant equipment and supplies and for hotels. That's a pretty big building, and it had a couple rail sidings of its own. You can see the boxcars there on the right. Next slide. Now I can't imagine what they made in this building, but I heard it was a sticky mess. But they had a lot of freight tracks in there, and they were some of the last tracks that I think were in operation as well. Next slide. The National Wool Warehouse. What was remarkable about this is from the time they signed the contract till the building was occupied, only 6 weeks went by. So what is that? A 1, 2, 3, 6-story building plus a basement. And you can see some pictures of the inside. This is another one of those industries that would have been somewhat related to the stockyards because they got sheep in there too. And that's probably where some of the wool came from, but a lot of it came from out west. Next slide. Sunshine Biscuits and the Loose Wiles Biscuit Company. They have, it looks like a truck dock on this side. The other side had a rail spur. Next slide. Sefton Manufacturing Company. This is the drawing. It's right, they're right next to the river, but they had 2 sidings there. And you had trolley cars in front. They later added on to this building, but I don't have a picture of that. Next slide. It's the O.W. Richardson building. I have absolutely no idea what they made, but what's interesting here, you can see their team driveway to the right there. So they always had provision for getting stuff out by team or getting it in or out by rail. Every building had its own siding. Next slide. We're almost done here, guys. This is the Central Manufacturing District as I modeled it. This is on one of the buildings that are there, that's still there. Next slide. So this is my version of the Iron Street corridor. I left the street out because I really didn't have room, but it's the kind of setup they had there, sidings off to the side, a couple tracks. Next slide. And here I have American Can and Crown Cork and Seal, very close there with the copper roof, and Pacific Lumber. These were all names that I took from the Central Manufacturing District. The Central Illinois Produce is the next one. I got a couple tracks in there and bring reefers in there. Next slide. And here's my Albert Pick building on the right. And on the left is OK Papers. I guess they were only okay, they weren't great. And then right in front there, that little building is the Illinois Shipping Container Company. Next slide. Here I put some buildings along the wall so they could all be served from the same track. I've got Midland Warehouse, Matt's Furniture, Rexall Drugs, and Stark Piano Company. And right here in front is the power station. I have one track on one side that's coal in and the other side is cinders out. It also serves as a lead track to get to the Central Produce Terminal. Next slide. This is kind of a track view of that same picture. And the next slide is the Chicago Junction Freight House. I've got 4 tracks. I had to route a lot of extra cars there, but it's pretty busy, even with 4 tracks. Next slide. And this is the end of the presentation. That's my Ashland Avenue yard. It has 26 tracks. The actual Ashland Avenue yard today has 26 tracks, and that was a total accident. I looked it up after I already built this. So I also have a complete list of the 200 companies that were in the Central Manufacturing District. If you're interested, if Speed will post my email, you can email me and I'll send you a copy of that. It's good for using anywhere on your layout because a lot of the names are so generic. They could be anything. You know, like Midland Warehouse is pretty generic by itself. So that's it. Any questions?
Hey, Rich, thanks for that. Yeah, we have got a few questions. So John Myers asks, what was or is the clay hole?
They made a lot of bricks. After the Chicago fire, there were clay holes all around Chicago where they dug clay out and made bricks because it would be fireproofs. Before 1871, Chicago was largely wooden. And the Chicago fire, they realized not such a hot idea. Well, it was a hot idea, but not a good idea.
Okay, on your layout, a few questions about your layout. Um, how many people operate your layout when you have an op session?
I've had up to 13. I think now I could use 14. It's all switching all
How
the
do you fit 'em
time.
in? How many trains would you run in a typical operating session?
Well, it's not so much running by trains. There's different jobs. You have like Ashland Avenue Yard will have two switchers in it, and there's another half a switcher that I let the 26th Street yard guy operate to kind of pull cars out and shove them through. What I do with my yards is like Ashland Avenue Yard, the majority of those tracks represent other railroads. That's my staging, as it were. So you sort cars into those tracks, and whichever track gets full is what I have the guy at 26th Street pull some off the back end and shove them up another track. And those are the next cars that get sorted for outbound work, either to one of the districts supplied directly by Ashland Avenue or to one of the other yards like 26th Street or Elsden Yard where, for the freight jobs that they service.
Okay.
So there's no staging ever.
You don't need it.
Yeah.
Not with all them yard tracks. Okay. Um, talking of yard tracks, you mentioned at one point in your presentation a yard or some area that had 8,000 cars, freight cars. So how
Yes,
many do you have? How many do you have on your layout?
700.
Okay, and so in a typical operating session, how many of the 700 cars would move?
I would guess with a full staff, probably 300. So you're never going to see the same car twice.
Uh, how long? How long do you run op sessions for?
4 hours, 3, 4 hours, depending. When you get tired of standing, we kind of call it quits. But yeah, typ- typically planned for 4 hours.
So I still have more questions yet
Okay,
because it's
keep
still
going.
flying in. Um, okay, which yard was it that operated the car floats, and where did they go? Where did they go to?
That was Roby Street Yard. Roby Street has since been renamed Damon Avenue for those of you familiar with Chicago. The car floats went to businesses 20 miles up or downstream from there that didn't have a rail siding but were on the river. They would offload cars while they sat on the float. Also, there was a freight station at Washington and Lake Street, I believe, where they also offloaded cars into the freight station while it sat on the float. Then they had two actual float yards. One was at Erie Street. That yard could hold 25 cars, and he had interchange with the Milwaukee Road. And then there was another float yard north of Goose Island that had capacity for 60 cars, and they interchanged with the Northwestern there as well. So they were trying. That was the Erie Railroad that operated it. They're a small railroad. And why would they do that? It's because the freight rates were such that um, there was no uniform switching charge across all areas of the city. So every railroad would charge you, and whoever originated a load would get half of the revenue of the car movement, the entire move. So if you were sending a car from the Clybourne district to New York City, half of the revenue would go to whoever originated the load. If the load was originated in that float yard, Erie Railroad was getting half the revenue. They could hand it off to Pennsylvania Railroad right at Roby Street, And then Pennsylvania Railroad would have to deal with moving the car the majority of the distance and get only half the revenue. So that's why they
Okay.
did it.
That's cool. That's clever. So, what do you use for your car movements? Is it JMRI or JMRI Ops, or do you use car cards and waybills or switch lists? What do you use?
Car cards and waybills. Here's a sample car card. I got a picture of the car. The number of the car is on it too. The colors indicate the areas on the layout, the switching areas. I'll show you a map of my layout too, and you could understand that a little bit better. So typically, get the map. Let me flip my phone around. Oh, nobody wants to see me in the ceiling. There we go. So these are the different areas. This is Elsden Avenue Yard is yellow, and any freight going to the Elsden Industrial District, that's also yellow. Then you have this little white yard. That's because it really isn't a destination. It's just a working yard for the pink and purple areas. Pink is for the paper job, and purple is everything brewery related. This is Roby Street, and that's where the car float is. You go around this way, the Illinois Northern continues around this way, 26th Street yard, and he has some industries for that guy to work too. This is the Ashland Avenue interchange yard, and the white one is the Ashland Avenue outbound yard. The orange area is the Loomis yard job. There's industries there to be served. And the green area is the Central Manufacturing District. And the red area is the International Harvester Building. This area that's not marked yet out here is future expansion. This is there, but it doesn't look like that. That's all temporary right now. That's going to be ripped up and redone as a glass plant and a tallow source. And then there'll be another yard and a little mini steel mill over there and a sand mine. So that's what I have planned, but that's what the colors mean on the car cards. The colors tell you, it makes it real easy for the yard operators to sort, or they can sort by color. You go to the next, this car is going to the next place that is unmarked. So Bob Sprockets in yellow, track number 001. So that's this one right there. So you can, when you're sorting in the yard, you can sort by color. It makes it go much quicker. And the only one that really needs to know the specific siding is the operator of the industrial area.
Okay. And so there's a question which is a good point for me to ask the next question with the car card in front of you is does the session restage itself? Are
Yes.
those marks are placed, who places the marks at the side there in your
When you the operator spot a car, like for instance, when we spotted Bob Sprockets here, if we got 13 people, we use a real-time clock. So if it's 10 o'clock, you write in a 10. If we have less than 6 people or less than 7 people, then we use it as a turn-based, where instead of hours, because there's no way you're going to get enough done in an hour. I'll show you here. I have a board. I use this board for the different areas. And these are the turns that they're on. So I'm at hour 13 for most everything, except Belt Railway Argo. I'm at 14 already. So I advance them as I finish. You wait for trains to come in, trains to go out, and do your local switching, your local pickups, and that's a turn. That's basically what you do every hour. In a regular operating session, that would take you about an hour to do at each of these areas. The only job that's kind of light is the paper job, the pink one. that really doesn't have a whole lot to do. It only has 9 sidings to work with, but it also has no runaround track. So that's what makes that one a little harder. The purple area has a runaround, but it's only 3 cars. So that's what makes that one a challenge. So I try to even up the work between the different jobs. I find that somewhere around 12 to 15 sightings is a good job.
That's awesome. So, questions. So, how much selective compression did you have to incorporate into your layout?
Oh, quite a bit. Like that Chicago Junction freight house, I have 4 tracks. It was 24 tracks in the real world.
So it's 4 down to 24.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty compressed.
And someone's asked, are all your freight cars weathered?
No, probably about a third of them are.
Okay, I'm flipping around for tons. There's just tons of questions. Somebody's asked about the car floats. Were they self-propelled, or did they use tugs to move them around?
They used tugs. They had, I believe they had 2 tugboats. They had 2 barges, they called them, which were enclosed, and they could offload like up to 5 boxcar loads of materials into those, and they would use those as well. And then they had 2 car floats and 2 car floats. So there was quite a bit of traffic on the Chicago River.
On your layout, are your switches motorized or hand thrown?
They're all hand throws.
Okay. Right. Well, guys, listening to this, kind of last shout for questions because I have gone through all the ones I had here from everybody. There's lots of people saying, yeah, I'm not asking this one about. Someone's asked a question about these girls in these factories and whether you actually got their phone numbers. But looking at the age of the picture, those phone lines may not be connected anymore. Um, but there's lots of people, yeah, very impressed with the number of cars on your layout, and so thank you very, very much. That was a fantastic introduction for people into a great area. If you're into, I guess to operate your layout, you really have to like switching.
Yes, definitely. And I love switching. I love yard work. So you want a quick tour of the layout?
Yeah, I think we can do that. I think if we just make sure that, hang on, before you start, let's just make sure Brad's awake in Australia. Brad, can you make Rich big and Gordy small, or shall I do it? God, he's on it. He's on it. He's on it. He's on it. All right, I'm going to knock my camera off to help this out. All right, so everyone can still hear Gordy. And for those asking, the bow tie is Gordon Tartan. For those that are asking. So there we go. We're let's go layout tour.
Okay. This is right now my temporary Belt Railway of Chicago yard. And this compressed area over here is supposed to be the glass plant, which is really what's going to land over here. The glass plant, the tallow plant, and the steel mill. So it's all compressed into this area. And here's my sand mine as it stands now, but it's not big enough. I don't have enough room for all the cars I got to have for the glass plant. I have a car repair facility on the BRC. And this is a swing up bridge that goes to the original part of the layout. This is Elsden Avenue Yard. Let me duck under here. And over here is the Elsden Avenue industrial area. Thanks to COVID, I got all the scenery done. This is the 33rd Street yard, which did exist on the Illinois Northern. This is the Illinois Northern portion of the railroad, by the way, from Elsden Avenue Yard, which truly was a Grand Trunk yard, but it's where the Illinois Northern started. and it ran through Corwith Yard, which I don't model, amazingly enough. And then the 33rd Street Yard was actually a little interchange yard for the Illinois Central, Chicago, and Illinois Western. And there was another one. I think it was the Alton route. And then I have a paper mill. Now on the Illinois Northern, there was a paper warehouse, was the last customer on the Illinois Northern, but I made it a paper mill just because I like the extra switching. Got some industries along the back wall there, and an off spot track. And here's the brewery with its various tracks. Now the Illinois Northern continues around this way. And there's the 26th Street Industries and the 26th Street Yard, which is where the Illinois Northern ended. They had a freight house as well, but I didn't model that. And then what I did here is coming this way through the Y, this is where the Chicago Junction starts. So here's your Roby Street Yard. And there's the car float. And I use the box to transport cars. I have another little section of railroad that I set up on the other side of the room for, I use the North Pier Terminal, which never really had a car float, but in my world it does. And this is the Ashland Avenue Yard, which I have this picture of the actual stockyards back there. And I have a stock train. Once in a while, when I have enough people, I run the stock train from over there on the BRC over to here. And this one will go to the Loomis Avenue for clean out. And this is the outbound yard for Ashland Avenue. Notice I have the colors there. So that's makes it easy for the yard operator to, he gets a cut of cars and he just has to sort by color. He doesn't have anything to mark off because these are not the final destinations for the cars. However, this was the area that was light green on that map. These are considered final destinations for these cars because these are all interchange tracks to other railroads. The two tracks here, this is what the 26th Street operator, he uses these tracks to shove cars up here as supposedly interchanged in from other railroads. And those have to be sorted out into outgoing trains. I have my engine terminal. I have the maltings back here and some industries along the back wall there. This is the Loomis Avenue Yard. The real yard today has 4 tracks. So does this one. And this is Vantage Chemical, which takes beef tallow and basically makes base stock for a lot of different chemicals, including the base stock for Crayola crayons. And this is a picture of the actual Vantage chemical plant and the Loomis Avenue Yard. Then I have Central Manufacturing District here. Crown Cork and Seal, Pacific Lumber, American National Can, Central Produce here. Illinois Shipping Container. There's Albert Pick, Midland Warehouse. So there's a view of that. And this is the International Harvester plant. You know, International Harvester really belongs over by 26th Street Yard, but it just didn't work out, all the switching over there. So I moved it out here so it's separate. So that's the whole layout. Any more questions?
Sorry, I just lost my mouse there. We have had a couple of questions off the layout tour. One was uncoupling. Is it all by hand or do you have magnets?
I use these picks. Skewers.
Okay. Skewers, yeah. Cool. And Do you have any trouble reaching any of the ground throws, especially in the yard?
No, everything is
No?
reachable because nothing is more. No hand throw is more than 2 feet away.
Ah, okay. And somebody's asked, how do you get a dozen operators inside that layout? And I've got to be honest and say that they're probably not all Gordy sized. So that's probably how you fit a dozen in.
What's that?
So
Oh,
it's how do you get a dozen operators into a layout space that looks so
you
small?
pretty much work in a spot. The only people that have to move around are the ones that are running the yard transfers, like from BRC to Ashland or Elsden to Ashland or to 26th Street. So
So-
most people don't have to move at all.
Okay. Sounds like it's getting more kind of my layout all the time. So the brewery job, is that the one that's closest to the beer fridge as well as to the brewery?
No, as a matter of fact, it's not. Elsden is closest to the beer fridge.
Just checking in case I'm ever in Chicago, just so I
Okay.
know. All right. Well, thank you very much, Rich. That was a fantastic presentation and a sneaky little layout tour for those viewers that stayed with us. If everyone wants to hang around, go catch up on the football scores, or go for a pee, or put on a pot of coffee, whatever you need to do. Crack on, get it done. There's some more clinics coming up. We need to go. We need to go off here very soon because we've got Ralph Renzetti coming on from Canada doing AK weathering pencils, and he's going to do a live demo. So we need to go away and help Ralph sharpen all these pencils, ready to do this next clinic. So we'll be away. We'll be away in a wee sec just to do that. But yeah, thank you very very much, Rich, and. We'll catch you all in about 8 minutes. And for those that are observant, that's what I needed to say. For those that are really observant, loads of people have asked me about the schedule. I have popped the schedule in the comments, but it's actually rolling around as sticky tape on the bottom. So what you need to know right now is your next clinic at the top of the hour is Ralph from Canada. Thanks everyone. Thanks, Rich.
Hi, everyone. I'm John Doring, and this is the X, NMRAx. It's the place where model railroaders, railroad modelers, and all folks crazy about trains from all around the world come together to share ideas and insights and inspirations. This is the X. Our next presenter works in multiple scales and genres, covering planes and trains and automobiles. He's the owner and CEO of Weathering a Touch of Yesterday. Please help me to welcome the Mudfather himself, the one and only Ralph Renzetti.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Betcha.
Thank you. So, as mentioned, weathering with AK watercolor pencils. I was a bit leery of these things in the beginning, but I've since had a chance to play with them. This is the full set. There's 37 colors in the full set, and they come also in sets of 5. And there was an article done in, was it Railroad Craftsman by George Dutka on using the pencils. And I found in going through some of the videos that are online, they're not as described, let's put it that way. A lot of people say that you can put them on just by taking actually, let me put my camera down for you. There we go. So a lot of people say you can just mark your pencils down on the side of a car or whatever, and it goes on. Well, the dark colors work well, but when you start getting into the lighter colors, like here's one here, I wanted to, on the other side, I did it, put some white down to streak the logo that's on here. Well, it doesn't look the same way as they show it in some of the videos, but I'll show you here. I've already done some. If I do this dry, now that I've got some other colors on there, and I start off basically with a dull coat of some sort, whether it's Tester's dull coat, Tamiya dull coat, or flat, or whatever you want. You can also use Artist Dull matte finishes. It works better on the matte finishes for sure, absolutely for sure. But when you put it on the dulled surface, it tends to go on a little bit. Now I'm not pushing hard, so if I pushed hard, you would get clumps of it. It works better, and I have just a little thing of water here. It works better if you do it wet. You can do it with the water on the pencil, or you can use a brush and touch the pencil. You let that dry, come back and manipulate it with a brush. I can do some more over here to show you. I'm having a ball with these things right now. And I've done some items that I've done a 1/24 scale oil drum. I've done some rail cars and so on with, and I'll show you the pictures later, done with the pencils, and I use in combination with other things. Like here, I have my gouaches and my sponge. Just let me dampen the sponge a little bit. And what ends up happening, once, like I say, once you get something on the surface, these pencils work better. You get more color down on the surface. So just by adding some of the gouache, and I'm only doing it, come on. Just lightly. Once it dries, I can come back with a colored pencil. Now these pencils, they're the full set, just to give you an idea, the full set's about $45. Each individual pencil runs from about $1.25 to $2, depending on where you shop. And I have the 37 pencil set, and it's great for doing on your wooden kits and so on, for siding, scenery, structures. I was not going to use them on the plastic, but then I started playing around and I've sort of got to like them. They come in sets of 5. So you have your rusting and streaking effects, and it's about $6 a set. So it comes with light rust, medium rust, dark rust, strong ochre, and vivid orange. And then you have dirt marks, and that comes with 5. It's dust and rain marks, concrete marks, earth brown, streaking dirt, and buff. And then there's chipping and aging. And this is all stuff, these things were originally designed for the military guys. And I've been a supporter of the AK and MIG ammo products because I worked in a hobby shop that was frequented by the military guys. And that's how I got introduced to this stuff. But the railroad guys don't seem to not understand. They just don't want to cross lines. They walk into a store and they won't go over to the military side to see what's going on over there, or what they can use for the railroad, unless somebody else points it out to them. So I've sort of made it a mission to try and promote this stuff as much as I can. It really works well. So this is the light rust, and all I'm doing is the side of the pencil, and that way you hit the high points of the roof here. And I keep turning the pencil so I don't get a flat spot. And if you get any shavings, I guess, that fall down into the cracks, all you have to do is blow them off or have a dry brush. So that's one color. Now I can go back and add. So here's the darker one now. Here, this one is medium rust. So I'm not going to go as far down the side because I started off, the gouache that I used was raw sienna. So now I'm working into the darker colors up near the top. And this process is what I've done over here on this side. And then I sealed it with dull coat. And there are times when the pencil, there's a hard spot. Sometimes in the lead, it ends up scratching the surface and then nothing holds because it's too smooth or shiny. But you just go back and correct it. Let's try a darker one now. This one is dark rust. Now on the top here, I did not use any water on this. This is all done dry. And you can take it down the sides if you want to continue on a little bit more. And by using 3 or 4 different colors, you get a lot of variation in the color, as well as blending of colors. Whereas if I was to do that with gouaches, I would have to do one color, seal it, then do the next color and seal it, because the gouaches, they're reactivated, just like these are. If you do it wet, it's reactivated as soon as you add water. So this process can work to your advantage by doing it dry. But you have to have a rough surface to work on. And I found by putting the gouache on first, after I do a dull coat of some sort, that you end up with a nice rough surface to accept the pencils. Now let's go one darker again. This is called streaking dirt. Most of the colors that they've chosen were sort of named after the colors that they have in their mineral-based products. Which are like AK, their main one that I use, which is my go-to color, is 1203. It's called Streaking Grime. So at this point, I can either stop or add more, but I feel that that's about all I want to do to this roof. So we'll go back here now and I'll wet my brush and I'll show you how that works. And then I'll put some dark rust or rust on the side as well and work that. So you can either start with a really damp brush, and if it's really damp, you're gonna take most of it off. The nice part of this is that if you haven't sealed it, you can activate this at any given time with a paintbrush and dampen water or dampen with water. The idea is to get it to streak down. And if you have a lot like down here, because this is what ends up happening when water dries, when you had a big drop of water, it leaves what they call tide marks. And the idea of going back with the brush is to get rid of the tide marks and blend it into the side of the car. It may take going back and forth a couple of times to do it, to get it to work the way you want it. But that's the beauty of it. I can go back to an area that I've already done and I can reactivate it. But then, what's a good color? Well, let's go with that one. So what ends up happening on the top of the door, there's what they call a rain gutter, and it goes to a certain point. So between the two ends of the rain gutter, you're going to have a little bit less dirt and grime below that gutter than you do at the ends here. So over here, I can add some color. And by doing this, you're going to have to end up and go back and do your white over again. If you do your white last, you'll see in one of the photographs I show you later, it actually stands out better when you do the white on top of your streaks. So sometimes you don't want to have a whole lot of water on it. So once you dip it in, all I have right in the corner here is a little tub of water. And then I sort of take the bead of water off the tip before I come onto the car. Or you can do it with the full blob of water there. So now I use a wider brush instead of the fine brush that I used on the white. This one here is specifically made by AK. I don't know what it's called, but you can see the bristles are like a comb sort of effect. That's the way it's cut. It helps when doing the streaking. So, and if you're anything like me, I have to end up turning things so that I can get a better angle. I can't do it when it's like so and bring it down. My hand tends to want to curve. So by doing it this way, I get a better action out of it. So I dampen it to reactivate it. And by adding the water to, now there's the two colors there, they're blending into each other. And I'm just thinking about this now. I should have mentioned also, this car was a nice bright blue, and I dull it down with a bit of a white wash to wash out the colors. And you can go back, as long as you haven't sealed it, you can go back at any time and reactivate. So I've got the white done over on this other side. I can reactivate it. Blend it right out if I want. Like I say, I don't want to put water on this because I don't want it to bleed down in between the ribs, because usually where you get your rust is on the tops of it first. And by using the sponge, you can see down in between the ribs, there's a little bit of color there. That's from using the sponge. And that's just about right as far as I've seen on prototype photographs. And usually I always work from a prototype photograph. That's one thing I always try to do, is use a prototype photograph. Now, I have some other things here that I want to try and show you. If you guys watched me on the last NMRAx, not on the sign one, but on the salt and salt weathering, you can use these pencils to do this as well. So and depending on what colors you actually want, like I usually on anything other than white or black, I usually use the darker earth tones. I usually stay away from the raw sienna. I'll use burnt sienna a little bit. Come on. They dry out very quickly. It's the pencil tip absorbs a lot of the water. Okay. Here's an earth brown. I find with some of the pencils, I don't know what it is, but the consistency is not quite the same from pencil to pencil. It's like the pencil is harder, some of them, than others. I mean, when I dip it in the water, I can see color going into the water, but when I come back with a wet tip, it's not leaving anything. And this is one of the issues that I found with these pencils to start with. So I'll try and do this one dry. So, okay, so dry, it's doing okay. It's leaving streaks. Bright orange, strong ochre. Put this one over here. Gonna blend that with a different color. Medium rust. Okay, come on, water, dry up. I have myself my little trusty fan to help the water dry up. Got this at the dollar store, takes 2 batteries. I use this a lot of times instead of a hair dryer. Number one, if I'm doing something on a video, I'll use this instead of a hair dryer because the hair dryer is too noisy. And this one's easier to control. Doesn't blow everything all over the place. Okay. Now, there's different ways of doing it. Let me put this back down again. So I have a little bit of water on the brush. And if you come down the sides of your mark, you can drag it down and then down through the middle. Like this really works really well with rust pits on the side of rail cars. Anything that's metal. I mean, you can put these things down the rivets of the car. Now that shell that I had there didn't have, well, it does have rivets, I guess. No, it doesn't. It's a welded seam car. But if you ran the pencil crayons down across the rivets and then come back with a fine brush, you can get the pencils to tuck in nice into the rivet detail. So there's a big mark there. So I go down the sides on either side of it first, and then down through the middle. And if I really want to, I can take a wet brush and wash this all off and start over. It will leave a little bit of residue, but just like the gouaches, if you're not happy with the way they turn out, wet your sponge, rinse it off. You could wet the sponge and wash this off. And what you end up doing is, especially on a car that has rivet details and welded seams, what it does is it drives the paint into the crevices so that you get that detail of rust right up against the edges, which is kind of hard to do unless you have a really fine brush to get in there. So there's some of the streaks that it creates. Now, over in this area, you could do the same thing, although I think you've seen it work there. Now, this is something that a lot of the guys in the military like to play around with, and I sort of got into the habit as well. I love doing oil drums. Let me take this off. So the idea is get a bunch of it up near the top. I'm almost tempted to go to a darker pencil. Streaking dirt. Yep, that's the one. It takes a little bit of practice to get the streaks the way you want it. And if you don't get it right the first time, like I say, it's just damp sponge or Kleenex or whatever, and you can wash it right off and start all over again, which is the beauty of this. The more you work on this stuff, the better you'll get. The better you get, the more confidence you have. Put some dry stuff down here. A lot of water there. Right. You could do a bit on the top. Oh, there's one here called chipping effect. Sepia chipping color. And with the pencil, it's not always easy to get right into the crevices and so on, but if you wet it, like that's the top of the drum, the release cap. Of course, the pencil doesn't want to go all the way and tuck right in, but once you wet it, the water takes it right in there. No problem. So now use the wide brush to get some of it to come down. You can use it flat, you can use it sideways. Once you get the rust going, then you can come back and darken up spots if you want, because obviously that green and white they're too bright. So you want to dirty them up. So that's the two colors mixed together. And like I said, if you want, you can come in, you can wash it right off if you want. And all it takes is a sponge. Clean it up. Go back and add some more color. See, now if you wet your surface as well and then come back with your pencil, you get more color on as well. So there's so many different things that you can do with these things. Like on the top there, that would have been just chipped paint. And you can blend it with, where's the rust? Bright rust, light rust. There's so many different things, and it's just a matter of experimenting, getting used to something new. Think outside the box sort of thing. Let me see here. Oh. I have a couple of photographs I would like to show you, and then we can, come on, open up. Oh, sure. It opens on the other screen. Hang on. All right, share screen. So, and it's gone to the other side as well. So this locomotive, can you see that? Okay, so this locomotive is done with a wash of acrylic white, and then with the weathering pencils. So let's see if I can make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. Now the trucks are done my usual way. It's Rust-Oleum first. Like I take them apart take the
Ralph,
side
can you
frames
export
off.
the picture?
Yes. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, so the trucks I usually use are Rust-Oleum. It's a spray paint. I take them apart, take the side frames off, and I mount them on a stick so that I can paint them. And then I use gouaches to finish off the truck on top of that. And then a little bit of an oil-based paint to do the oil and grease in the axle bearings. Now, this locomotive came to me from a fellow in New York, and the way it was packaged, the railings got damaged. So the new railings I just received yesterday, so that'll be finishing this off. So how come it doesn't want to change? Let me do this. So that's the same locomotive. I use a liquid mask if I can't get the windows out, but all of the weathering on this was done with the weathering pencils. And I even, I don't do graffiti, but he asked me to sign it, so I did it like graffiti as well. That there is done with the weathering pencils. All that is a clear piece of acetate that I cut the teeth into. This is for my next project. Trains, planes, and automobiles. This is for my barn find that I'm working on. And then that's a 1/24 scale oil drum, and it's done with the weathering pencils. The dark here, because I needed it to be shiny, is an enamel type paint, an oil-based paint. But the rest of it, all the weathering is done with the pencils. And that's, if you work at it hard enough and get enough practice, you too can do this kind of stuff. Now, I couldn't find an oil drum in 1/24 scale, so I built this one from scratch. Oh yes, and the best one. This is also 1/24 scale. So I did the wood grain with the pencils. The bottles are 3D printed with decals on them, as we say in Canada, decals. But the cases are, the wood grain is done with the pencils. So this is what I have fun doing. I do this, I just love doing it. So we're back to here. Okay. So you can see there the drum has oh, let's see there. Why doesn't it want to focus? First it focuses, then it doesn't. There we go. Anyway, the idea behind it is to practice until you can get it right. It doesn't always work the first time you do it, so you go back and you do it again. Start over again. This was just done with a little bit of color from the pencils, and I just washed it off. I just left it like that. But I'll do some more here. Where's the right color? There we go. Medium rust. These pencils are even great. If you're using other products to do your weathering, you can come back with these afterwards and add to it. So this was done by putting the color on, the dark color on first, the rust, and then painting on the different colors. Simple. So if you've done it already on your car, that you have your rust and you have some streaks and grime and so on, come back with the pencils, add your pit marks, just leave a dot. Come on, there we go. Use the fine brush again. Now there's still quite a bit of water in those droplets, but that's okay. Normally when I'm doing working on stuff like this, it's not out in front of me like I have it right now. I usually have it tucked into my chest so I can keep my arms from flailing in the air and have more control over them. So, and if you goof it up a bit, you come back with some water. So there you go. That's my take on these pencils. I'm really liking them. And if you don't have to buy the whole set, I suggest you go out, if you're going to use it for rust streaks and so on, you go out and buy yourself the 5 pencil sets. You may also want to pick up a black. Now this one here is called dirty white, so it's not a bright white. Although I do have in the box, there is a bright white, proper white pencil, and a proper black pencil. There's also metallic colors. There is, where are they? There's aluminum, gold, dark aluminum, brass, and copper. And of all of the pencils, the metallic ones do not react with the water. When I originally did my test on these things, where'd my test one go? Oh, sure. No, I can't find it. Anyway, I did the test and I added the water to it, and I could not get the metallics to wash down. They stayed solid colors. So if that's what you want, in some cases, it's a good idea. But if you want the metallic ones to blend, it's not going to happen. Yeah. So if anybody has any questions, fire away. And I will see if I can answer the questions and maybe even an example at the same time.
You bet, Ralph. We've got a lot of questions. You ready?
I'm ready. Go for it.
Okay. Let's see. So where do you get these? Is there a specific place that you would buy these?
A lot of hobby shops are starting to bring it in, especially the ones that have the military models. Because like
Okay.
I mentioned, these were originally designed for the military guys. And you'll see on the back of the box, it's all military examples they're using, except for this wooden cable reel. But all of the rest of it is all like there's a tank, turret,
Right. Right.
a spaceship, all kinds of different things. But invention is, or a necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. So,
Right.
uh,
Right. Well, in the chat, several people have posted links through your presentation about finding them on Amazon and such.
mhm.
There's some information people can kind of check there. So, do you think is this a good sort of methodology and system for somebody who's new, kind of a newbie to weathering, or is there a different kind of method that you might suggest starting with?
That's a good question. I wouldn't. Well, you can't really say that I wouldn't recommend it to newbies if they've never tried anything else. There's no reason why they can't get used to these
Yeah.
and try it. Uh, don't be afraid to try. Think outside the box.
Right.
Pardon me, outside your comfort zone. Everybody has their own comfort zone. A lot of people don't like weathering because they're afraid to make something dirty and make a mistake.
Right.
These are forgiving. When I use the gouaches, it's also forgiving. So I use all kinds of products. I use from water-based to oil-based to lacquer products in all of my weathering, and I mix them up. I
Even on
don't
the
just.
even on the same model, you would use more than one technique.
Yep, yep, I do. I
Okay.
do.
Are these pencils? I mean, you mentioned that all except for some of the metallic ones kind of react with water, so they're kind of like less like lead and more like watercolors.
Yes. Now, up until these things came out, I was using a product by I think it's DWERT, DeWert, um, watercolor pencils, and they were literally the watercolor paint that you used to get in those trays with the little squares.
Mm-hmm.
They were made into pencil leads and then coated with whatever the wood shell, and they were watercolor pencils. These ones here have a slight waxy sort of characteristic to them so that they go on better. And I don't, to me, wax and water don't mix, but these seem to work. So
Somehow they do.
I'm not going to knock them.
Do you need a special kind of pencil sharpener for these, or just a normal?
What I use, I went out to the art store and I bought one of these things. It's just a regular for wooden pencils.
Yeah.
So I sharpen all my pencils with this, the wooden ones and these watercolor pencils.
Okay.
And the trick to these pencils is not to take them to an extreme point because they're soft enough that that point will break as soon as you put it down on your model. So
Okay. Yeah.
just slightly short of really pointed.
Gotcha.
Like
Gotcha.
that's about the best I would do on this. I wouldn't go any further.
Oh yeah. Well, that's pretty sharp, right? A number of people posted in the chat that that they always experiment first with their cheaper cars before they try something on their good stuff. I suppose you probably would
Absolutely. One of the
agree with.
things I recommend with all my clinics is if you can and you want to try this, next time there's a local train show or a flea market or whatever, or you have a whole bunch of old blue box cars that maybe even the hobby shop has a bunch of cars that they're selling off for $3 to $5 a piece, scoop them up.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's just the shell, you don't need the wheels. I mean, if you want to convert it into a regular car on your layout, that's fine, but all you need is the shell to practice on. And if you screw it up, it doesn't matter.
Right, right. Do these AK weathering pencils have a shelf life that you're aware of? Will they last for a while, or do they degrade in any way?
I really don't know. That's a question that only time will tell, because these things, they're only out now for probably a year. I got my pencils May or March of last year.
Okay.
And I've been playing with them ever since. And I've hardly sharpened them down because I use the side of the point rather than the point itself. And as you do it on the side, like I say, you just keep turning it. It keeps it sharp just by turning it with the water, right?
Self sharpens, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. You mentioned these military modelers. I've heard that in other clinics. Are there, and also you mentioned kind of the editorial about how model railroaders seem kind of unwilling or
Well,
skeptical of kind of broadening out to learn from other.
I'll give you a little example.
Yeah.
When I worked in the hobby store, my first experience, the boss said to me with the first customers coming in, he said, "Okay, you watch. They're going to come in the front door, and just in the first few steps, I'm going to tell you whether they're military or railroad." And damn it, wasn't he right? The military guys went off to the left. The railroad guys went off to the right. But the military guys, they went all over the store. They started off in their section and came over into the railroad because they used the scenery materials. But the railroad guys refused to go over there because that's taboo, right? And you could see it every time.
That's interesting. Are there
Yeah.
other groups like that, like the military modelers that we should be paying attention to? Have you run into any other tribes that you've learned from?
War gamers are good for doing weathering as well, and
Yeah.
they like to use their they have special paints. I tend to I'll use watercolors, gouaches, acrylics, and now when you say acrylic, there's probably about 3 or 4 different types of acrylic. So when I use acrylic paints, I'll use Tamiya paints, and these things I can mix these with alcohol. I won't mix them with water. I don't use water for any of them. The first thing to remember is use the thinner that comes with the paint. That's the first thing to remember. And then you can branch out from there. If you want to try using alcohol with it, experiment off the model. My horror story was that I used, what the hell was it? I forget the name of the paint. It was an acrylic, and I'm used to mixing alcohol with my paints. And that particular color was the only brand I could get that color in.
Yeah.
So I mixed it right in my airbrush, in the cup of my airbrush. And I mixed it inside with the little brush and so on, got it all mixed up nice, went to spray it, nothing came out. And when I looked inside, I turned the cup like this a little bit. Well, the level moved sideways as well. And I'm going, oh crap.
Yeah.
It had turned to like a jello.
So start at least with matching the right stuff all together in the beginning.
Try mixing it in something like this.
Okay.
Just to see if it mixes. If you mix water with Tamiya paint, you'll watch the paint come out of suspension.
Super.
Each one has their own little characteristics. Like Vallejo paints they're acrylic vinyl paints, whereas these Tamiya paints were originally designed to be lacquers. But the pencils are watercolor pencils, and whatever this waxy material is in it, I have no idea, but it works.
Awesome.
And
Ralph, we certainly
happy with it.
appreciate it. I'm getting the time warning here. I have a bunch of other questions I could ask you, so we absolutely are going to have you back. And you truly are the Mud Father. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Talk soon.
Take care.
Everybody, will be right back in just a minute.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Two fantastic clinics there, kicking off the Christmas show. I'm really excited to bring you the next clinic. I've wanted to do some rail fanning clinics since we've really started back in April. I think it's a really important dynamic to the hobby, and it's a good way for younger people to get involved. So talking to younger people, we've rolled out Jordan, who has been around with NMRAx since the early days, pre the first session. It was me and Jordan talking one evening that with Martin, and Brad that got all this kicked off, and Speed and everybody got involved, and it was great. So, as a founding member of NMRAx, we've known Jordan for quite a while. We know that Jordan is an avid rail fan and has been so since he was 7 years old. So he has thousands and thousands of photographs. In fact, if me in the UK says to Jordan, "Can you get me a photograph of a particular train that I want to model?" 9 times out of 10, Jordan's got it for me. So, fantastic guy, great knowledge in your head for such a young guy. And so today we're going to be sharing Jordan's winter time rail fanning photographs. Fantastic stuff. There's snow and ice and all nice things that people in Australia long for but don't get. I don't believe there's any snowmen. I think we failed in that one, and maybe didn't brief you on that until just now. But there's everything else that you could wish for. So I've seen this. What's coming. I'm really excited. I've been helping Jordan get this ready over the last couple of days. So without any more, let's welcome Jordan Kramer. Jordan, over to you, pal.
How's it doing? How y'all doing tonight? This is a small snippet of what I have to offer, and it is a presentation. It's called Rail Fanning in Winter. And where I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. And the area we're covering tonight is the area in the red. So you got Chicago up here because everybody knows where Chicago's at. And Cincinnati's right down in here. Well, I cover most of the lines going north out of Cincinnati, and mainly the line coming out of Richmond, Indiana, going down through Hamilton. It's called the Norfolk Southern Newcastle District, and it is a very busy main line. It's the main line for NS trains coming out of Atlanta going to Chicago, and we've broken it up into sections, such as right in here. This is the western part of the area I've covered. And this is from a small town called Millville, Indiana, to Walnut Level, Indiana. And Walnut Level, Indiana is not a town. It's actually a passing siding on the Norfolk Southern. And first picture is of NS 375 at Walnut Level. Oh, this is what they would consider the east end of the siding. And if you notice, you do have it's a -9 liter, GE -9 liter. And also behind it is a -9. Now, if you notice in the photo, this is early winter. You're starting to get into this where there's still some leaves on the trees, but not as much as, but they've started falling as more rapidly than when they were at fall. Next one is heading east-west from there. This is a little town called Hagerstown, Indiana. And this is where the Norfolk Southern Newcastle District starts up another one of the grades to get up onto flatlands of Indiana, basically. It's coming out of the Whitewater River Valley. And this is NS 174. NS 174 was, up until 3 weeks ago, a Birmingham, Alabama to Elkhart, Indiana freight. Typically always ran in the morning, and that's when most of these photos were taken, was in the morning time. And it was a mixed freight, as you can see in this photo, where you have the hopper cars right behind the head end. Next one is NS 173, even further west of the location. And again, you have two of the NS-9s. NS in the 90s ordered, I want to say, around 1,000 of these locomotives to replace older and worn out motive power. And NS 173 was Elkhart, Indiana to Birmingham, Alabama freight. Always a fun train to chase because you had all the steel loads coming out of Chicago heading down to Birmingham. And we're back to NS 174, but this is at Millville, Indiana. Again, you can see just how varied these trains are. I mean, you got two rotary hoppers behind the head end, and then mixed freight behind that. And Millville, Indiana is actually notable for being home of the birthplace of one of the Wright brothers. I can't remember if it's Orville or Wilbur. I think it's Wilbur, though. Again, the other thing to notice in this photo is look at the ballast profile. It's very nice and tidy. And most modern railroads you'll see, unless it's on a fill, the ballast profile is nice and tidy. And it was actually just around sunrise, as you can see in the background. This is walnut level looking the opposite direction in blizzard conditions. This is a great story on this one because me and my best friend Ryan were out rail fanning, and we knew there was snow in the area. And me being the type of person who loves snow was like, I want to get out and do rail fanning in this. I want to get out and do rail fanning in this. And we picked one of the best snowstorms I have ever rail fanned in. I think we saw at least 10 trains that day in various conditions. But again, this is, if you look at it, you see even more reasons why you could model the modern era and have a little bit of everything. Because tucked behind the NS unit's a CXX unit on run-through power. And NS 55G is a grain train, empty grain train. It's a symbol for basically it can go anywhere on the NS system. And I believe the leader is a SD70 Ace. So that concludes that area of the west of Richmond. Now we come into the part of between the east end of the Richmond siding, which is right here to right across the state line into Ohio. It's one of my favorite areas to rail fan. There's two passing sidings within close proximity, and there's typically always two trains about to meet on this area. So we decided we were going to chase 173 after we got that photo from previous. And again, it was snowing even harder at this point. One thing to point out on this is both these locomotives are dash 9s. The biggest difference with them is the lead locomotive is in the older as delivered paint scheme. The second locomotive is in the 2004, 2006 thoroughbred horse paint scheme. And if you notice, the Dash 9 in the back still has the GE sticker on the back. So it's slight. This was 20 minutes later, and on the way there, if you notice the chase car, I took a turn in the snow, and I tried to, I should say. It was coming down. There was already about 6 inches of snow on the ground, and my car decided, no, you're going to go straight. And I came about 3 inches from this pole right here. There's a little yellow connector that goes down and holds it into the ground. I nearly hit that from coming around the curve at, I want to say, 20 miles an hour. So notice it does say 55G. This was an empty grain train coming south from an ethanol plant in Indiana. I want to say it was Bloomington, Bluffton, Indiana. Sorry. Again, with the whole run through power, there's a Canadian National unit in the trail here. The other thing is that this is an ES40 DC. I want to say it's not one of the AC units. And again, notice the ballast is nice and clean. And also, you can look at the farmland. Notice how they haven't harvested everything. It still has there's still stalks from the corn growing there. This is NS 143 taken literally the next crossing to the east, and biggest reason you could tell was it was 143. 143 is Chattanooga, Tennessee to Elkhart, Indiana. No, sorry, I got that reversed. Elkhart, Indiana to Chattanooga, Tennessee. Always has these white tankers, if you can see in the background where my mouse is circling. And what they are used for clay slurry. They go down to a railroad down in Georgia and they get the clay slurry and they send it up north. Typically, you'll get batches of 10 to 15 in a consist for 143. Always a fun train to shoot. So this was the after photo from the opening title sequence. This is an S200. Doesn't look like an NS. Doesn't look like a typical NS train. You had CN run through power at this time in early 2017 was everywhere on the NS. You could almost bet on catching a train with Canadian Pacific run through power at this time. And one of the things Gordy pointed out to me was I'm looking at this photo and he goes, that's an SD70 MI, meaning it had the isolated cab, which is, if you see that dark red that looks like there's a big gash on the side, that's part of the isolation of the locomotive cab to make it quieter and more comfortable for crews to ride on. And then in the background, I want to say that was maybe a -9 or a GEVO. An ES44 AC, I should say. So another day, notice still snow. I want to say this was actually exactly a week later, and if it is, this was when it was so cold out that this and one other train was the only trains I got. And again, notice it's another one of them SD70 MIs. And the other thing to notice is this was taken right before sunrise. So NS200 is a Georgetown, Kentucky to Chicago, Illinois intermodal train. And this is actually one of the longer versions. I've seen it as short as 3 well cars or as long as this. More recently, they've added NS 174's freight train to it, and they've done away with 174 due to the whole precision railroading that NS is implementing. So we've moved on, and where the yellows stop right about here on the last one, we're now covering what I call Campbellstown, the Campbellstown siding area. This Campbellstown is a small town, literally one stop sign, and that's it. But the biggest draw there is a passing siding for the NS. And it is, I want to say 19,000 feet in length. Might be 20. I know they can pass almost anything on the district. And so this photo was stumping me for a while. I've been trying to figure out where this photo was. It's one of my all-time favorite photos I've ever taken, because you got the train in the background, and it's just this really dramatic shot of the train's coming. But we figured this out. This was east of Campbellstown siding at the first grade crossing. Again, another one of my favorite photos of an NS train. This is NS 196, which is
Jordan, we've lost your audio, pal.
so next thing.
Jordan, so we lost your audio from the beginning of NS 196.
Okay, I kind of figured. So NS 196 was it still is a Cincinnati to Fort Wayne, Indiana manifest freight. It carries everything that that basically is needed between Fort Wayne, Indiana and Cincinnati. On this day, it was actually a pretty lengthy train. It had quite a bit of grain traffic from consolidated barge down on the Ohio River. But this is one of my favorite shots as well because you got the sunrise coming up and it's just glinting off the side of the second locomotive. And then again on another day, NS 196 was running a little bit late that day. I want to say it was running in about an hour late. And again, it's a train you could model for a small layout because you have your well cars at the back. You have a covered hopper, a gondola, a bulkhead flat, and then a tank car, and then 2-9s, which scale trains have made both paint schemes actually. Again, -9s are synonymous with NS. This was actually taken in the same location in light. So this photo was taken, and it's another one of them, me trying to do something different. And so me and Ryan pull up to this crossing and we see the train sitting there. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. Well, this light was not produced by a flash, was not produced by another car. This light was produced by a combine harvester that they were using to get the rest of the stuff out of the field. And this photo is completely unedited. And the train was NS M43, which in NS vocabulary, that's basically an extra section of NS 143. So they were here waiting on a freight. I want to say it might have been 216 this morning, but notice the stars. That's the main thing, is that this photo was not edited. I try not to edit any of my photos when I take them. And then, so the next one is after NS 216 passed. And if you notice, right there, it was set at such a delay to where the M43 was not moving, which it captured, but it blurred everything else, such as the freight train going off into the distance. That engine right there is an SD70M for the Union Pacific, and the one behind it is an SD70 ACE. I believe it was it was at that point, they were built in 2012 for the NS. So this right here is photo. I would have liked to have gotten it a little bit farther back, but the biggest thing that I liked about this was you got the conductor waving. And this is NS 215. NS 215, massive, is a very profitable train for the NS. It is Chicago, Illinois to Atlanta, Georgia. and it is actually one of the hottest trains on the railroad. There have been numerous times where this train gets delayed, and you have a higher up on NS calling and asking why this train's been delayed. The locomotive is an ES44AC in the same numbering range as the NS Heritage units, the GEs. And one of the biggest things that are so interesting about this is notice the nose cutout. There's a hole, there's a plate put in here, but you notice the indent in the nose. GE back in 2012, when NS approached them to start building these locomotives, said, we're going to give you, you will pay more to put the headlight and stuff up here, up above the cab, because typically GE puts it down here on the nose, in the nose. NS puts it up there for numerous reasons. One of the biggest ones I've always heard is that NS is that those bulbs get really hot, and NS does not want crew members burning their arms when they're going past the locomotives to dismount for any numerous reasons, crew changes, doing switching, whatnot. And again, in the background, that is a ES40 DC, meaning locomotive has DC traction motors, which up until 2010, 2011, NS was an all DC railroad. They thought it was better to have that than have AC power. And so this is NS 25A, Chicago, Illinois to Danville, Kentucky. And, well, actually, Georgetown, Kentucky, I'm sorry. And this train carries a lot of traffic for Toyota down in Georgetown. It carries a lot of the auto parts that they bring in from out west. And this was taken the same day as the CN photo from earlier in the presentation, the CN 200 at sunrise. And I will tell you this, it was -15 out that day. And there was a wind chill that had brought it down to -25. And I took this photo, got back in the car. My friend Ryan's sitting there, and he goes, how you doing? I said, well, I can't feel my feet. I'm freezing. I said, I think we're going to call it a day, and we headed home. But both those units, I believe the one in the back might be a -9, and the one in the front is an ES44 AC, I believe. I'm not very up to date on my BNSF units. So here comes the biggest section of pictures. This right here is where I spend more of my time doing photography, and it's from Eaton, Ohio to Somerville, Ohio. Somerville's not even it's a small town. I mean, it's typical of this area. You're in rural western Ohio, and the trains move. Camden has a passing siding that has a crossing in the middle, so when they have to meet trains, they sometimes have to cut this crossing. So this is just outside the west end of Campbellstown siding. I mean, Camden, the siding at Camden. And as you can see, it's still cold. It's very cold out that day. I want to say it was maybe 16 at most. Biggest thing about this, it's a former Conrail unit. It's former Conrail -8, which is now gone from the NS rosters. Biggest reason you can tell is there's a cutout in the plow for the third rail operations in New York City. The other reason is the number boards are mounted not on the up above where the headlights are, but down by the nose, and the ditch lights are underneath the pilot. But if you notice, the other things to notice is the right away here. You have all this ballast that it has cascaded down over time, and you got the different layers. Like you have the lighter layers and then the darker layers. And again, NS 142 was another one of these trains that you would always catch in the morning. Around this time, which was 2016 to 2018, there was a very good chance of you catching NS 143, NS 174, NS 215, NS 142. And I just started, people ask, well, how did you get to know these numbers? I started listening, and I have a scanner that allows me to hear what the railroads are doing. And it allowed me to start piecing together information such as, oh, this train's NS 143. I wonder where that goes. So I would type it in, and it would tell me, oh, it's Elkhart, Indiana to Birmingham, Alabama, or Chattanooga, Tennessee. So we're back to the snow. And this is one of my favorite places to photograph, but I wish I would have gotten the train snuck up on me, to be honest. It's downhill. It's uphill going this way, but with the falling snow and everything, it muted the train. But there's a lot to see in this photo. Again, notice how the right-of-way is. Right-of-ways come sloping down. Their ballast is nice and tight again. This is maybe a half a mile from the previous photo. But again, notice the Union Pacific locomotive. It's a AC. Notice the Union Pacific locomotive. It's an AC 6000. Um, and then you got behind it another one of the ES 44 ACs in the 800 series, the 8000 series. But what's even more interesting behind it is there is a Canadian National ST70M-2. So if you were modeling this in HO scale, you could model everything. In scale, you could model everything, but you'd have to do some work for the CN unit. So this was taken about 3 weeks later. And another interesting thing is I actually know for a fact the first two locomotives are no longer on the NS roster. The Dash 9 was rebuilt into a AC66 MCM, which is basically they took it, they converted it from a DC direct current locomotive to an alternating current locomotive. And NS is doing that with a lot of their Dash 9 fleet to get more maintenance, more miles out of them. The second locomotive is an SD70M-2. And from all the crew, from every NS crew I've talked to, they hated those locomotives. They were loud, they were noisy, and they rode horrible. Again, notice this is actually in the siding for this train is passing the siding. If you can see the signals that are the block indicators for Camden siding. But the boxcars, doors are left open. It's interesting to see how they do it. And the locomotive behind it is another ES40 DC. But it's interesting. They leave boxcar doors open. You got center beams that are empty at the head end of the train. It's really a mishmash of putting cars together. It's all organized, but it's hold on. There we go. It's really it looks like chaos, but it's organized chaos. Come on. There we go. So this is again early winter. In fact, I would almost consider this late fall, but it is actually early winter. But notice again with the consist, you got 2-9s and a Union Pacific locomotive. In this time frame, you'd have run through power from every Class 1 railroad in the United States. I mean, I've seen Ferromex, Canadian National, Canadian Pacific, but this is a grain train. Even into the middle of winter, you'll get these grain train extras going to places like Loudon, Tennessee, where they get converted into ethanol, or down to the docks at Savannah to be shipped overseas. So we've now entered We've now entered another favorite area of mine. This is Somerville to 7 Mile. And there's a curve right here. This little curve right here is one of my favorite curves of all time to photograph because, as you'll see, you get a really nice view of the train. This was actually taken looking down. And again, here's another, like I said, this was taken in the same time frame. And you have 2 Canadian Pacific AC 6000s with a -8 in the background, in the center. And again, the reason you can tell is the number boards are below. And this was an NS60P, which is potash train out of Chicago, Illinois. It can run anywhere on the NS system, but I believe this one was built down to Louisville, Kentucky to be turned into fertilizer. And here it is on a brighter day. Nice thing about this curve, the farmer who owns the field is a very nice person. There's actually a road that's directly behind me, and he actually will mow the grass for me every once in a while so I can get these shots. But if you look here, there's so much. This is again NS-143. At this time, NS-143 was one of these trains where you knew it was coming in the morning around 9, 10 o'clock, and you could set up and photograph it. But notice again the details. You got 2 of the locomotives in the new thoroughbred paint scheme, and you got 1 of the units in the older paint scheme. The other thing is, this unit still has a lot of its warranty stickers underneath. And there's other things like several of the units when they were purchased had electronic handbrakes, meaning you would do something in the cabin, it would set the handbrakes. Most of these units now have been modified. They removed that and put just a regular handbrake on these units. And these are all -9s, by the way. So this is 7 Mile. 7 Mile, Ohio's that whole valley. This is all in a valley. And there's a little creek that you can slightly see that runs up along there, and it's called 7 Mile Creek. And when it's cold out and it's been humid, you get these amazing fog shots. This is, I want to say, an NS 29J is what it's ringing at. And the unit is actually one of the units that Athearn announced recently. They are the SD70 ACUs, which was NS back in the early 2012s, or early 2012, 2013. Was looking to buy as much used power as they could because they could rebuild it. They could rebuild the power at Juntianta Locomotive Shops in Altoona. And NS bought, I want to say, 100 of these units from the Union Pacific, and basically chopped they were SD90 AHs, I think, but they were having issue. Union Pacific had a whole bunch of them stored, and NS picked them up at a price that could not be beat. And so what they did was they chopped the nose off, and EMD sent them basically the cab of a SD70 ACE. Created a really interesting looking locomotive. The trailing locomotive is an SD60E, which, if you've ever seen pictures of the Norfolk Southern 911 or the Norfolk Southern 6920, those are SD60Es. The SD70 ACUs have all been sold off as of, there might be one running around, I think, still, but most of them have been sold off to Progress Rail to be scrapped and parts taken out for reuse in other projects. And here's 7 Mile, Ohio on a clear day. This is NS 215, and this was the last time this was the second, this train was the last train I've ever shot with a SD70 standard cab leader. And standard cab means, unlike the Dash 9 behind it, you have a nose, the classic EMD SD series nose. But you look at this, again, the ballast profile is wide, and it's a train of double stack containers. I want to say that might actually be one of the Conrail units that were purchased when the Conrail split happened, that they built to Norfolk Southern specifications. Here's 7 Mile, Ohio looking the other way. It's NS 200 again. And NS 200, great train to model, because it was always typically very short. I mean, if it was 10,000 feet, it was normal. But again, it's a Dash 9, but this time it's a BNSF Dash 9 in the Heritage 1 paint scheme. Scale Trains actually does make this unit as well, and so do quite a few other manufacturers. And here it is here's NS 143 on a little bit frostier morning. I mean 142, I'm sorry. And so if you notice, you have one of the ES44 ACs, a Dash 9, and then another ES44 AC. And then if you look back here, this is a flat car load of piping. So we move on from Somerville and we go through Hamilton, and from Butler Street, which is this connection right here, down to Rialto Road is where most of these photographs were taken. I believe there might be two from the Norfolk Southern Dayton district, which is this line that runs up this way. And that line runs Cincinnati to Columbus, Ohio, through Dayton, Ohio. So we'll start out at Airport Road. And I was showing photos one night, and I was showing, and Speed goes, "What is this?" And I said, "That right there is so that when they are cleaning out this ditch, they do not strike those pipes." But this photo you could not replicate except for this middle locomotive. This is a Conrail this is a former Conrail SD80 Mac. And in the background is one of the leaser is one of the NS units that they bought during the power buying they went on. That is an SD70. That is an SD60M. Both those two locomotives are gone from the roster. The SD80s were sold earlier this year, and the SD60s were sold last year. And these orange hopper cars behind, those are all maintenance away ballast cars. And judging from the time of day, I would actually almost imagine this is probably NS 143 out of Elkhart, Indiana. So here's NS 215 again. Again, saw this and I had to go after it. It's an SD70, and this curve is on it's a series of S curves, but it's all on super elevated tracks. So the trains run through here at 55 miles an hour, and they lean into the curves. It's actually a very neat place. And this is Seward Road is what the road's called. And the barn in the background, perfect example of a rural American Ohio barn. But you're actually, if you would go right across the tracks and look down, they're starting to urbanize this area and put subdivisions in. So we're at the east end of Crescentville Siding. And this is actually a CXX train on the NS. And between Cincinnati, Ohio, between Winton Place, Ohio, and Hamilton, Ohio. Any trains that are going up to Toledo or Fort Wayne, Norfolk Southern, and CXX go up the CXX line, go up this line, and they meet right back here. Any southbounds come down this way and go down the NS. It's bidirectional running, and it's been that way since 2001. It basically saves time on the crews, and it saves time on the it basically saves from having to try to pass trains and that. Both the CXX is double track, but the NS is not. And this is actually and like I said, notice the nose headlight. The headlights cut out. The headlights where GE likes to have it compared to compared to having it like that, having it up above the cab. So, as I said, I had a lot of surprises, and this is actually this is NS 123 out of Frankfort, Indiana, too. Well, it used to go to Charlotte, North Carolina, over the old Forts Loops. It's no longer does that. It goes goes down to Chattanooga now. But notice the nose. You can actually see it really good. And I should have remembered this, is that there's the cutout there. This is one of the 20 heritage units NS painted up in 2012 to commemorate the 30th anniversary of Norfolk Southern. And they're always fun to catch. I mean, it adds variety to rail fanning, and even if you don't see one, it's still fun to see one every now and again. So, like I said, this is on the Norfolk Southern New Dayton District. This is LI 12, which was AK Steel, Middletown, Ohio to Sharonville, Ohio. It's a local, and all it carries steel. It carries these coils, and they get put on in freights going down south. But this train that passing, as you can see, I swung around and I saw the other train coming. I did not get a good photo of the meet, but all three locomotives. This is a -9. The one was a -9. That's a -9. But This is NS-170. NS-170 is a Chattanooga, Tennessee to Conway, Pennsylvania, right outside Pittsburgh. And it's mixed freight. It carries. This is the train that, if anything's coming north out of Chattanooga with special power or unique locomotives, this is the one they transfer a lot of the motive power going up to Altoona, Pennsylvania. And in fact, tomorrow's NS-170 has one of the Union Pacific Heritage units on it. So this is NS-376. After midway into 2017, NS went, this is actually early part of 2017, NS went, we're shifting 376 and 375, which were Bellevue, Ohio to St. Louis, Missouri freights. They took the roundabout route onto the Dayton district. But this photo, the last two photos were taken over on this little hillside over here. I climbed up the hill and shot down. And it just shows the run-through power. I mean, you got a Union Pacific locomotive, and then behind it a Tier 4 CXX Tier 4 unit with its cabin. This is actually one of, with the slanted radiators. This is actually one of the newer ones that does not have the box on the front. Like, in fact, here's one of the CN Tier 4 units. And if you can see, there's that box. That box was meant because GE, when they built these units, thought they were going to need the space for clearance. And then the story goes is that CXX took one of these units because they had them like this. And CXX was, they realized they didn't need it, but they left it because it's easier to leave it that way. And CXX took one of these units and put it through a coal load out down in Kentucky and scraped the nice clean edges off the sides, and GE basically started doing, and you can barely just see it, made everything slanted. But this is one of the, Gordy was telling me when I first showed him this picture that this was one of the first Tier 4 units Canadian National got. And right over where my car was sitting is where the Westchester, Ohio's passenger station for the New York Central would have been. And this is a nice shot. I really like this shot. This is of the New York Central Heritage Unit. So when Norfolk Southern did their heritage units, they did 10 GE units and 10 EMD units. And this train is a 60C, which is steel loads from Chicago, Illinois, Gary, Indiana, to, I want to say, Birmingham, Alabama as well. And the nice thing about these trains is once they got the power, you always had the same power for a couple weeks. I think this was the first time it ran, and I caught it 2 other times, but nowhere near as nice as this shot. This is in front of Champion Windows down in Cincinnati, and the only thing I regret about this photo is that off to the screen, off to the left-hand side of the photo, 3 Canadian geese landed, and it disrupted the water enough. Otherwise, it was perfectly still. I could have got a crystal clear shot of the locomotive. And one of NS's famous rebuilds of this is an SD60E with its crescent cab. And the crescent cabs were designed to be more crash more crash worthy than a normal standard cab and supposedly more comfortable. Crews would beg to differ on that one. So this is an interesting photo. Montpelier, Indiana, which is way north on the um, Norfolk Southern Newcastle district. That is the Union Pacific's 1989 Heritage Unit of the Rio Grande. That is a grain train they are putting together. It's a 42G. Montpelier has this massive grain mill up there, and I got a call from my friend at like 12 o'clock saying this unit had arrived up in Fort Wayne the night before, and I'm like, oh well, it's probably going to go back out on a train heading back towards St. Louis. I get a frantic phone call. No, they're sending it south. They got it going down to it's going down to Montpelier to pick up a grain train. So I'm at work and I had to leave for an emergency because it's not every day you get a Union Pacific Heritage Unit out this way leading. And I grabbed my friend Ryan and we started heading north. And we got halfway up there. It was a 2.5 hour drive. And my phone starts ringing going, they just sent the power back up to Fort Wayne. They're going to spin it. And I said, are you sure? He goes, yeah, I'm on my way up there. Something just lined itself. So we have something called ACTS. And it's a computer program that allows you to see where trains are if they are running using a certain type of signaling system. And I know, so everybody was worried because a train had appeared coming out of the yard, out of Montpelier siding, going back north. What it had been was it had been a local that had ducked in there while this crew was still working Montpelier, the grain mill at Montpelier. And I get up there thinking, well, it might not even be up here. And there was 20 or 30 cars up here in this little town, in this little road. And everybody was lined up getting photos. And he got his train together. This is right past the siding. He's actually still pulling his train out of the grain industry. He pulled down there and he sat for 3 hours until it was dark. And when he came down through Cincinnati, it was still dark. So we're now south of the river. These are
Jordan, we've got about 6 minutes left till we've got to put the next clinic on.
Okay. That's good to know. Do we have questions?
We do. We've got a lot of questions, but I'm just gonna pick the bigger ones, the ones been asked the most.
Okay.
So what camera do you use, and lenses and stuff?
At this point, it was a Nikon T6i. And all these were shot without a tripod. But now I have gotten a Canon D350, which the reason I switched over was my Canon T6i had started having some problems where it wasn't able to keep up with nighttime doing photography, and I had to deal with this. I decided just to jump over and get a newer camera.
Okay, cool. What's your number one tip for people that are thinking about going rail fanning in winter?
Dress warmly. Make sure you have a cell phone on you and have a car charger on you in case you would get stuck. And I actually always have 3 tips. And bring extra batteries for your camera.
Oh, cool. Okay. Did you need permission to take any of these photographs?
So most of these photographs are taken on public land. There's only one that was not, and that was this one. That was the NS Heritage Unit photo. That was taken at a parking lot, and I asked the people inside if it was okay to park here. But most of them are on access. You park, and you walk into the shots. Like for these are all on public land. This was actually taken from the road, but this one, I parked way down there and walked in for this shot. So, as most of the time, as long as you're not standing right around here, you're fine. But be aware that certain areas out here, most people know my cars. In other places, you would have problems, more like in Chicago and that. So
Cool.
keep that in mind.
Okay, cool. And so final question, and then we're gonna move on for the next clinic. Are the lines that you showed to the west of Hamilton, were they CTC or ABS track warrants?
So, hold on. So the line, let's see if I. So this line that's going this way is ABS track warrant. It is the Cincinnati to Indianapolis sub. It actually starts in Hamilton. At one point, I actually lived a block away from this line. This line going up this way is NS's version of CTC. It's a mixture of the sidings are CTC, but the intermediates are ABS.
Cool. All right. Well, Brad, if we can, Jordan, if you can stop sharing, we're on our time. So thank you very much. We don't have the Australian spin the bottle game today, as people may have noticed. They call it the Wheel of Chat. Reminds me too much of sandpaper, which for Australian cricketers is a bad thing. So what we're going to do, though, talking to Australians, is we're going to be right back in a couple of minutes with Jerry Hopkins, MMR, who's from Australia, or lives in Australia. He may not be from Australia. And he's going to give us a clinic on locomotive and rolling stock maintenance. While we do that, in the chat, I'd like you to give us your feedback on whether you want to see more rail fanning clinics like the one you've just done, where we talk about how you can model the trains that you see, because Jordan's got about 7,000 pictures to show us. So let us know. If so, we'll get one lined up for January. Give us your feedback. We're always interested to hear what you have to say. We'll be right back.
we're back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. The next clinic will show you regular maintenance procedures for rolling stock and locomotives, both diesel and steam. This should be done annually to keep everything running sweetly with few, if any, problems. We welcome the Australian Region's AP Manager and also MMR number 177, Mr. Jerry Hopkins.
Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, depending on where you are. This clinic is basic maintenance. It's not upgrading or installing decoders or doing super work on things. It's just regular maintenance once a year. You do this, and there's a little bit of video at the end will show you the difference between a car that gets maintained regularly and one that doesn't.
Brad, you ready? Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Great Northern Down Under layout. This is my little world. Today we're going to show you regular maintenance of rolling stock and locos. I did a full clean of wheels and that sort of thing back in June, and as you only need to do this about once a year, I had trouble finding something with dirty wheels. I did get a couple, so we can start. There's one express reefer that has some dirty wheels, just this one, and the outside edge of these two. We're going to clean those, and the best way to do it is to stick it in a cradle. That's my cradle. And use a Dremel. There are numerous Dremels and lookalikes, clones, whatever you like to call them. So I will show you a baby Dremel. Puts 4 batteries in the base and away you go. When you're doing this cleaning, always do the wheels on the opposite side of the car. You get a much better angle, a bit of pressure on the one wheel so that it doesn't spin, and that cleans the wheel. And we do the other one. A bit more. Always use a brass brush in the Dremel. The steel ones can wreck your wheel sets. I don't advise using a mains powered Dremel. Too powerful and can cause damage. I do have the baby Dremel. We'll turn this around to the other side. Don't normally have them upside down. There we go. And we shall now do the other side. That way. This is the bigger one, the more modern one. And it has a light in the end, so We shall do another one of these just to make sure you know what's happening. It's all straightforward stuff. Just clean the wheels. Doesn't take long. And as I said before, you only have to do this once a year, and the more you actually operate the layout, the less you have to do. I get other people's locos here for fitting decoders, and quite often they are dirty, and that's why I have limited running on the layout between operating sessions, so that I don't get everything dirty. And we use the micro brush for the KD, one on one side and the other, turn it round, it'll turn and twist like that, and that one is almost ready to go. We just pop the trucks up, wheels out of the trucks, and do them. If I have enough time at the end of the little session, I'll give you a demo of clean and unclean wheels rolling down a 2% grade. It's fun to watch. Take bets on how far the car will go before you start. You can make plenty of money that way. So that one's ready to go. No extra weight inside. There is a bit of a weight underneath between the top part and the bottom part, so that's enough. The other thing to check, the part that always gets missing, are brake wheels. The brake wheels on all types of rolling stock, they're the thing that gets knocked off. And on this one we got the brake wheel, the ladders. See, that ladder's a little bit, needs a touch of glue. Everything else is okay on that one, and that has got code 88 wheels, which do run a lot better than the code 110. So I've gone through and changed quite a few of them, and it makes a difference. It means your locos can pull quite a bit extra. And there's the packet of the wheels. I've used some out of this packet. Those are the wheels I get, and very worthwhile. Now, passenger cars, they have the same problems, get dirty wheels, and this one's got a little bit of extra weight underneath. Not much, but enough. It's got McHenry couplers which plug straight in like the European style coupler. You want to force it. It clips in, but they have a tendency to sag on their own. So this piece of styrene has been put on the lower bar, so that's got something to rest on. And the same at the other end. And then I picked this one up For one reason, it's missing the KD spring, which sits in there. So you've all had that problem, you all know how to do that, so I don't have to show you how to do the KD wheel. This particular one, you can see the difference from standard. Just there and there you see the ends of the brass bearing caps. The wheels on this, being River Aussie, it had old scale flanges and didn't like my track and my turnouts. So I replaced the wheels. They were a very sloppy fit, so drilled out the axle hole slightly, just a little bit with a smaller drill, and placed a little brass bearing cap in the hole. Touched it with a soldering iron to push it in slightly, just a little bit, and the same on the other side until I got the right amount of side play in there, just a little bit of side play, which means, you know, they're in far enough, and it makes a lot of difference to the rolling ability. So that's a passenger car, nothing else done to this particular one. Some of them have got lights, but not all, and not often I run a passenger train because I don't have enough room on my little layout. Next is a special. This is another one of the express reefers. This one's got pickups added, piece of circuit board either side, and spring to rub on the backs of the wheels, and provision inside for sound car module from Soundtracks. It's in another car at the moment. I only had the one, and it gets moved around a little for demonstrations. But in here on the backs, when the wheels are cleaned, just make sure that the wires just touch the back of the wheel and not drag on the axles. And that's the only thing now left for freight cars. So it's time to mess the place up with a diesel. This is a Proto 1000 with a Bachmann body, and extra detail added to this just because it's me. Handrails and aerial, changed the horn, winterization hatch, lift rings, all the other little extras you would add. Now, servicing these exactly the same as with the rolling stock, and this one's been done recently, so there's nothing for me to run. I connect a pair of clips or crocodile clips, whatever you have handy, to the little bar down the middle, and run it at about 10 miles an hour, and then use the Dremel, and that's sufficient for doing the wheels. Now the next thing, and this is important with a lot of the diesels, they have the wheel, of course, and there's a phosphor bronze bearing block, one for each wheel, and in between is a split axle which pushes into a plastic gear. Not uncommon on Proto 2000 and some of the Atherns, other brands I don't know, for split gears. And split gears will make a click, 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 click noise when you're going along, if you're lucky. If you're not lucky, they just misbehave and make you wonder why the loco will stop or do something wrong at some time. Now, this is the wheel out of a Proto 2000, identical to an Australian wheel, except these have the little nub on the end and the Australian wheel sets don't. They're interchangeable. This has got a split gear. As you can see, you can pull the wheels out, the axles out of the gear. You can replace the whole wheel set. This could be a regular thing, and it was for a number of years. You could buy a packet of gears for Proto 2000 four-wheel diesels, four-wheel truck diesels. You can use the Athern SD70 gears, the straight swap. Here in Australia we had two brands of loco. We'll move him out and bring him in. There's an Australian loco. It's an Alco, like a six-wheel truck, FA1, just for so you know what it's all about. These have 6 bearings in the truck, and they do split. Someone will come in and say, oh, I think I've got a split gear, and by the time you check, you find they're all split, and replace 6 of them. Easiest way to test: put your finger on one wheel, you can rock it back and forth, but it won't turn. Do the same on the other side. Now, if it was split, what would happen is that you're rocking the gear against the center and the wheel will turn while you're doing it. It's running inside the gear. Split gear. So, yeah, it would need changing. This one's got a slightly different problem with the gear in the middle. Because the gears are on the side of the truck instead of being centered, it can miss the gear in there sometime. So this will get fixed up at a later date. And again, same phosphor bronze bearings, and we'll show you how to fix those. We'll get mine back up. Now, we use a small brush. I use an old brush that's past its use by date for painting. There we go. And magic fluid called CRC 226. It doesn't come in a little bottle like that. It comes in that sort of bottle. So CRC 226, and you use it for cleaning your track, and it displaces moisture, penetrates, lubricates, and protects metals. It stops oxidization, which is what we want for model railways. Now, with a drop of this stuff, stuff is easier to say than 226, either side of the block that's down in there in the metal frame. On DC, not required. But on DCC, because it's a form of alternating current, a metallurgist will tell you, and if you look up the periodic tables for elements, it will tell you these 2 elements will cause this problem. So DCC causes the problem, and the fix is get rid of the oxidization. Depending on how often you run the loco, probably every 6 months. They may go for 12 months, it depends on the atmosphere. So we do this for all of the bearings, and you don't want too much, just enough to get down the sides of the bearing, and this prevents oxidization and stops that funny, inexplicable jerking of a loco as it's running along the main line with no turnouts. Once that's done, problem's fixed. And of course, the same as before, we use the micro brush to put some graphite powder down the sides. The graphite powder you get in hobby shops. KD make it, and they call it some flaky sort of name, and they look like little tiny flakes rather than a powder like this. Greasem, I think they call it. I got mine about 35 years ago, and I got it in a big jar. At the moment the jar is up to that level and will probably last me the rest of my life and the next 3 lives that I live, if I do, of course. So I've got plenty there. For ease of use, I put it into a little jar, and that fits in my toolbox. So does the CRC. Now the gears. There's the gear that's broken, split. You can see it pulls apart. So what you do, you pull those out, and I'll do a sleight of hand here. So we have a pair here, and we have a gear. This one is a slightly smaller one and is out of the Trainorama, which is the logo in front of me, the pretty Australian logo. You buy these in a packet. Like so. And it says Trainorama on there because there are 2 sizes, Trainorama and Austrains. Some clever person has done these with a 3D printer. He's done a very, very good job. You poke the end in and turn it round, poke the end in there. This has been in and out a couple of times in the demo. So it goes in like that, and we have to gauge it. So we catch hold of it and squeeze it. When it stops, it's engaged. He's built a ridge in the middle to stop the 2 shafts touching in the middle. So we put the KD gauge on it, and that is perfect engage. Sorry, NMRA gauge. So there we go. That's fixed it. Now, interesting, this is the Austrains gear, and can be used to replace the ones in the Proto 2000. And it saves having to wait a long time for gears to come in from America, and the current situation is anything between 3 weeks and 3 months. Some things take longer. So we've got those locally, and we can interchange that way. So I will just put this back on here just for I don't lose it for the next demo. I've done this at a couple of conventions, and that's it. So that goes. Now there's a bit more to do on a loco than there is on a piece of rolling stock. So I shall endeavour to get this off. I've been working with the graphite powder. It makes everything slippery. There we go. Sound decoder and transducer, but take no notice of that. The part that concerns us now is the bearings on the gear tower. So we got our oil. This is Atlas oil, but you can use Labelle or any of the other model oils. We put some on the brush, only a drop, and on the ends of the bearings. With some diesel, of course, you have to pull them apart more than this. We go in on there. Can't get in on the front of this one at the moment, but that's easy to lift out. And again on the ends of the motor. And that one's even worse, but that's it. And you only need to do that once a year, if that. Once every 2 years is normally enough for that sort of thing. Over oiling causes the majority of problems with motors, and even brand new ones where they've over oiled them in the factory. You know, you have to get round them. So that's it. We'll put it on the track and give it a little run. But we'll do the steam loco first, and people are asking, what are the extra wires? Circuit board in the bottom there. You should be able to see it. It's got the resistor on it, and it supplies 2 lights at the front behind the markers. I think they're green on this one. And we have the number board lights, again surface mount LEDs. They come back, and there's a resistor on this board. It just makes a connection board with resistors that much easier. You've also got one there for the headlight, which is in there, and this one doesn't have a backup light. Some of them have. I've put a backup light on them. So that's the maintenance that's required on there. And we hook the front through. Drop it on, and that's that. So the next, your perfectly common garden locomotive. Again, we have our cradle. Upside down is most of the servicing is done upside down. We clean the wheels. These are clean already. It does have traction tires, but we won't worry about that. So you'd connect your supply, your DCC supply, up to that wheel and that one, because with this type of contact, with this type of contact, you pick them up off the axles, and that picks up off one side of the truck, and this one will pick up off the axles, which picks up off the other pair of wheels. So you have pick up off both sides. There's better ways, but yeah, that's perfectly good, and it does last. What you have to do with a little touch of CRC on this one, only a little tiny drop is on the axles, more so if the thing is standing around rather than being run, and that stops any oxidization on the axles and on the pickup pads. So that's that one. We run the loco up to about 10 miles an hour, and we do the cleaning as we did before with the Dremel tool. This is Broadway Limited, which I got second hand a few years back, and the gentleman who had it had run it a small amount, not a lot, and it was in good condition. First thing I did was tear out the QSI decoder and put in a Soundtrax. Now, the reason for that was it was a QSI number 1, version 1, which was nowhere near the capabilities of the later QSI decoders. So that came out, and we used the code. On here you can see there's little bits of fluff around by the brake gear that's been picked up and kicked up by the wheels. So you, in the servicing, you pull all those off, and any other bits of junk that's been picked up. If you've got a cat that goes on the layout, there'll be a lot of cat hair in there. We don't have a cat here. And doing this one day, just as a side, going in, pulling off the little bits of fluff that it had picked up, and a rather small spider came out to see why I was wrecking his home. He didn't last long, of course, but you can find different things in locomotives. Again, the KDs. Someone pinched me little brush. There we go. With these in the couplings, do the same as we did before, because we do a lot of switching with these, and we make sure that the couplings are the right height. Now, if things are working right, I can show you that on one of the earlier cars. Because this happens for locos more so than with cars. We got on a piece of track, we hold it up, and you can see just above the rail line, which is correct if you want to check, double check it, because you haven't got steady hands, which is quite often the case. We have a piece of track, KD comes up and it couples, it's the right height on the top, and the trip pin goes over the plate at the bottom. If it doesn't clear that, you have to adjust it. I'll show you that in a moment. There we go. The other end exactly the same. But if it was not right, take a pair of pliers, needle nose pliers with the serrations on the inside and on the top of the pin and the bottom of the pin, and give it a very slight squeeze. These cost me $2.50. If you want the ones that go on there and do the correct curve and all the rest of it, they're probably about 20 times more expensive, and then double that again if you have to get them sent from America to wherever you live outside of America. So yeah, you have to do that on these. These get hammered more than a piece of rolling stock because they're doing the work. So we'll put him away. One other loco to do is have to go weightlifting for picking these things up. It's a brass loco. This one's about 35 years old. That I was given, I think, about 15 years ago. And as maintenance then, I replaced the gearbox and the motor, because it was open frame motor and the gearbox was very, very noisy. So that was a standard thing. But now if you buy a brass loco, it picks up off one side on the tender and the other side on the loco. I always saves a lot of hassle, add pickups to the other side of the loco. And on this particular loco, because I had it all apart for changing motor gearbox, piece of circuit board, same thickness as the plate, cut it exactly the same as the plate. A little piece there will stop the gearbox moving around, and added the pickups. All right. Now the same thing as before, you put the power on and you run the loco 10 miles an hour, and do the same with the tender. As I say, these were done 4 or 5 months ago, so they're not dirty as such. Common with some very, very old brass locos is the front truck. It hadn't been serviced. No one had put any lubrication on the thing, and because it's brass and metal here, unlike the other one, what you do is put a drop of oil. Down each side of the wheel, so it just touches the bearing inside, and you need a longer one than that. Where are we? There it is. So you'd go in and do that inside there and lubricate. This one wasn't done, which meant it's got elongated holes at the end, and the wheels sit down, and the bits of casting on the bottom of here were shorting on track. So at some point I might drill it out and put new bearings in or do something like that, but I haven't had time to do that, unfortunately. This one has had pickups added on the back, so again, make sure they're clean, they're not shorting on anything. If they've been used, the loco's been used a lot, the bearings, the phosphor bronze wire, in this case 10 thou phosphor bronze, does wear. Normal use would probably take somewhere between 10 and 15 years to wear and need replacement, and that's a lot of running. So, and on this one I can use the small brush with a drop of oil and get down in, oil the motor. I can reach the gearbox, and I get into the back of the gearbox there, so makes it easy. Now one more loco to finish the set. This is a plastic ready to run loco, nothing wrong with them, of course. This one, 18 years old, and it's my yard switcher normally, if I'm not switching with a diesel. So it's done a lot of running. And again, you clean the wheels in the same way as we've cleaned them before with the rolling stock. Brush on, hold it one side and let it spin. And we use CRC. To just in the inside edge of the axle, because this has a brass bar which is spring loaded and sits on the axles, so you're lubricating and you're getting rid of any oxidization, and that's all that's required on there. This one looks as though it's got dirty wheels on these two, but no. This has the driver's a floppy on here, which is good. Bit of up and down movement, which means I can put a little bit of frog snot on each of those drivers, and that almost doubles the tractive effort of these particular locos. So when you're switching, it'll pull a 20-car train in the yard without even thinking about it. And again, you require KD brushes. Now we'll just to prove to you that it all works, we'll put a bit of power on. My phobia about extra pickups and doing things that way, I started off in HON 2.5, HON 30, which means everything had to pick up where you could, and that's carried on over now when I've gone up into the big scale of HO. CRC doesn't go to waste, because you get a cork block. They're normally 3 times this size, chop them into 3 from the local hardware shop, and spray a little bit of CRC on, cleans your wheels, cleans your track. This has been done numerous times, so there's nothing to worry about. But we'll get there. Loco running. Okay, we got the track set. Turn the throttle on. We call it the Loco, which is 316. Check it. Nothing. Because the silly operator hasn't plugged the power in. There we go. There we are. Driver's happy. So, try the headlight. Yep, headlight works. Always good to put the headlight on when you're testing a Loco. Any bad pickups on any electrical problems, you'll see the headlight flicker. So, it's always handy. And on this one, we can turn the number boards on and the green markers. Okay, we got them all on just for show. So we wind the knob up, doesn't move. Just like your car, before you can move away and put your foot on the throttle, you've got to start the engine. So we're starting the engine. EMD, as you know, and we're in 28 speed steps. On speed step 1, and there's a Loco on the layout deciding to have a blowdown, but that's just moving across. Put something in front of it, and the engine revs up, notches up to get the load out the way, so you take your finger of the way and it'll drop down again. Now, one quick change on this one. I've now switched it to 128 speed steps, and step 1, nothing, which is perfect. Step 2 of 128, she's just moving. I can put that on the layout, go away and get lunch, come back, and it may have done a complete circuit without stopping at that speed. That means all the pickups are clean, the wheels are clean, and it's doing what you want it to do. Run quietly. And we'll stop it, put the brakes on, and turn the engine off. And we'll try a steam Loco. Right. We'll put the switcher on because it takes up less room. I always like a little bit of weathering on the trucks. They're much easier to see and put on rather than the jet black as they are out of the box. So this one is 817. Yep, she's happy. So turn the headlight on. Runs up. And the same as before, I can set it up like that and let it run round and round for testing, so you know the thing is going to work. A lot of people complain that it won't run at low speed, or the Locos are too fast or not fast enough. That's just an adjustment in the decoder, which is not part of this clinic. All my Locos do 30 mile an hour for the simple reason that we'll unplug. When I turn the speed up, maximum is 32, and 32 mile an hour, and any speed in between that and 0 is what the loco does according to the speed trap. Just makes it simple for operating, but that's my quirk. You don't have to worry about it. There she goes. Put the brakes on. Right. So, maintenance, when done regularly and done properly, and you follow a pattern. Been doing this for years now, so it's second nature. And you learn things as you go, and you will learn from visiting other layouts, and you'll think, oh, that's a great idea, and you try it yourself and you like it. It's what you want to do more than anything else, because it's a hobby. So go away. I hope you learned something today, and we'll see you next time on whatever the clinic. Before I go, one other loco, if I remember which one it is. Right, we've got the loco, and we'll zoom in a bit. There you go. This is another Proto 2000 loco. I've got 3 of these, and the one I always want is the one that they're hardest to find. So we call this one up, and a friend of mine who did a clinic in November on animation, he had a little play with this one, and as you can see, the bell rings. Needs a slight adjustment, but that's okay. You leave him alone. He wanted something to do here one afternoon on a visit, and I said, oh, put a bell on that one, and he did. There's the bell. So I had 2 people using this as a switcher, and it was never more than about 2 foot in front of them, and ringing the bell, crossing the road in the yard. Neither of them saw the bell ringing. So that's a little quirk of entertainment. I do have a little man with a light in the middle of a track waving his arm with a red light. Again, thanks to my mate Laurie McLean. He's only just up the road, just about 1100 kilometers, so didn't get a chance to pop down here that often. So, well, I hope you enjoyed today, and we'll see what the next clinic is. Just a quick demonstration of a pre-maintained car, and one that's been looked after with a little bit of maintenance. 2% grade. We start at the 2% grade at the same point there, just a touch, and away it goes. And it got to there. It's all the way to the station. To pass the test, they must get close to the switch tower by there, but this one's gone down, and sometimes they go right down the end of the yard to the silos at the end. So it's a difference. And when you've got a loco pulling them, it makes a difference to how much you can pull.
I think we're live again. Now, usually we would bring a slide in that says technical difficulty, but in this case, we have to file a missing person report. Jerry is having some weather problems, so we lost him somewhere. But if you look in YouTube, you'll see that he's been answering the questions there all the time. So since we have Mr. Martin on the line here, we were hoping that he could give us some insight on what's going to happen in the 2020-21 exchange. Martin?
How you doing there, Speed? Oh, yeah,
All
looks
good.
like Jerry's dropping back in there. Oh, he's trying to get back in. Anyway, yes, we're going to have a little New Year's shenanigans for a couple of hours on New Year's Eve. So I believe you've got the time and dates for the event. But basically, we're going to have a plethora of current and NMRA presenters and a couple of clinicians who have done a few clinics with us on, and we're going to have a bit of a chat and reminisce about all the back of house scenes and things that have gone wrong during the existence of NMRAx. Since April, I can think of a couple of memorable bloopers that happened. So yeah, we've got a few of our presenters, we've got a few of our clinicians all coming back, and yeah, we'll have a couple of hours of mirth and merriment. And I believe the Australians might actually be a year ahead of everybody else at that time as well. So we'll give you an insight to what 2021 looks like.
Isn't that a little bit of cheating?
What? Because we organised it.
Oh, that makes it right.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, so live from the future, we'll have our New Year's Eve celebrations. It's only going to be a short show, about 2 hours. If the frivolity keeps going, it may go longer. If the frivolity doesn't happen, it may go shorter.
So would there be people in there that we have seen before?
There will be people in there. We past presenters. I believe you're going to be there. Brooks will be there. We've got Bruce Wilson, and we've got the modeler known as Kelly. He'll be there as well. I believe Gordy's going to be there.
Hopefully.
Brad will be there. We've got all the way from Hawaii, Neil Erickson will be there as well.
We never get to see Brad.
No, well, we got Dave Berman and Perry Lamb will also be dropping in, and I believe Ralph Renzetti might be sticking his head in, and
oh, cool.
And we may have some more by then as well. So
pretty neat. So shall we move on to the next one?